Vegetables as crisp as a winter's morning.
Beautiful baubles and gleaming
Protect yourself
gemstones
right.
over here.
Buy armor from Grelka.
Forgot how loud they all are first thing in the afternoon. Hey, hi, howdy, hi. The time of recording this, it is Skyrim Day, 11/11. I figured it's just more Skyrim. Not usually the day I'd Skyrim, but today Skyrim instead. And then I'll still play it tomorrow, otherwise what'd be the point?
I've heard. Oli and Kirava were speaking of it just a little while ago.
I hope that doesn't mean things are going to get worse around here.
They always can, and will, get worse.
Yes, Sarah?
Yeah, hi. Now, we're not gonna do Thieves Guild just yet. Some of those are kind of annoying with a companion, to be honest. Let me think. Yeah. Thungath has had this thought of, although she has protected status in-game, in terms of story, Ilya's had a bunch of close calls. Like, an absurd amount of time she's been downed. For those who don't know, protected status in Skyrim...
And you disrespect me.
Okay, why did you all spawn right here and you directly into my ear? Jeez, man. So, protected status means they can't be killed by other NPCs, but they can be killed by the player. It's like a soft essential. Protected can't really be removed. I'd kind of had the idea of Ilya getting killed at some point, which, if she were any other companion, she probably would have been, but it just didn't happen. Because of her special ability. And well, I think losing the first friend he's made would be quite devastating for Ungath. I think I can still characterize him...
Don't suppose you'd enchant my sword. Dull old blade can barely cut butter.
4,000 septums. You have to give me the gem... You gotta give me the soul gem yourself. Oh, I think Ungath has kind of realized it's not safe for people to travel with him. But he also knows she really doesn't have a place to go. So he's gonna set her up somewhere somewhat isolated.
Good to see you. Finally, someone useful is around. Come and see me again sometime.
Nah.
I might have some use for you.
I protect the Jarl, whoever that might be.
Noted. You have no loyalty to any person, only to concepts.
I'm the steward here. I serve under Jarl Siggeir and Jarl Dengir before him.
Ah. You are an Altmer. I'm looking to buy some property.
There's no house available, but I could sell you a fine piece of land where you could build your own house.
That'd work out, yeah.
You won't regret it. Here's the title to your steading. Follow the road east from Falkreath, then north at the crossroads. Turn left just past Pine Watch.
Right.
May wisdom forever light your path.
Take the road east. Yes, Ungath is going to build a house here. But he's not really planning on living in it himself. He doesn't really sleep. Purpose means he doesn't really need to most of the time. Being a werewolf means he doesn't benefit from it even if he does.
This one has something sweet for the fellow traveler, if it entices.
I'm good. There are always drug dealers on this road. This is Falkreath, I guess. This isn't like an effective trap, you know. $10 points. For you. Ilya gets 3 trillion. That was absurd. Hey, Goblin. Guy of the Rim? Sure is. The rim of the sky, even. Yeah, Skyrim Day, so I thought do double... well, technically... extra Skyrim stream. That was just unnecessary. Pine Watch. Said it was just past here. Lakeview Manor. It'd say. Wyvern wants you to do this. Ash, hope your stream goes. Fish-kun. Sure to drink water, eat food, etc. Gonna go jump off a mountain on a peak now. What? Hey, cat. Let's see. Small house layout. Want you to be cringe? I mean... What kind of spouse wouldn't tell you to unleash all of your cringe at least once? A nation in framing. I need to make some of this shit myself, I think. Yeah, they pre-quarried some stone for me. Let me make some nails. So yes, to double explain, I was actually hoping for Ilya to get killed on one of these adventures so Ungoth could be sad about that. But she has protected status in the game, so she can only die by friendly fire, essentially. And while that happening by accident would be really funny, I feel like I'd have to force it to make that happen, you know? I decided, instead of her dying, Ungoth's going to be so scared of that happening, he's actually just going to build her a house out in the middle of nowhere where she can't get hurt. And then just kind of leave her there. Because let's be real, he's very low on friends at this point. Make walls. Make a... Actually, I like looking at it as we get progress. It's fun. Accidentally killed Uthgerd the Unbroken before. Character was so upset by it, she drank herself silly. Dang. And that's a lot easier with non-protected characters. But she's protected. It's like a... It's essentially a soft, essential. Where they can't die to NPCs, random, or even traps, which should have killed her several times by now. Her being, marked like this actually makes me want to pick her up in lots of stories. If she were a marriage candidate, I think she'd honestly be one of the best options, but she's not, which is very strange to me. Get some floors. Roof framing. I don't know how I keep getting up there. Goddamn levitation ban. Should be done by now if not for that. Need some more nails. Had your flu and COVID shot today? Feeling a bit dizzy? I can imagine. I was lurking in your stream earlier, Kat. You just doing some art. Just turned it on. Alright, need iron fittings, a lock, and 2 hinges. Did I... Oh, wait. The hinge dang it. Corundum. I think I used one more iron ingot than I was supposed to. Yeah, distracted so hard. That end stream because he's trying to hype me up. Who was trying to hype you up? Making me hype? No, I know what hype you up means. I'm trying to figure out... Dude named Skora. Ah, right. Killed Uthgerd, she's your wife? She's definitely one of the more interesting options. Curious... I wonder who the best marriage candidate is. I've seen people argue about it. Feels like some of the best options just... you can't pick. You know? Everyone and their mother agrees Serana, but even the mods that make her a candidate don't really work properly, because the function is so finicky in-game. You're gonna think for Uthgerd is Skyrim's birthday? Cool, cool. They have a blacksmith here somewhere, right? They have a smith, but... they don't have a smelter. Dang it. Where's the nearest mine? Those usually have a smelter. I think the only smelting place I could find would be in Whiterun. Didn't see her, lifted your blade, next thing you know, she's on the floor next to you. Ugh. Delete the character, you're so distraught. That could end up happening with Ungoth, but...
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy.
I don't know, I feel like I'm too careful, and I don't want to do it on purpose. Made your character have a drinking issue after that. Drinks every time something sad happened. First choice is Lucien Lechance. Well, we know what happened to him. Sorry, had to borrow it to make something. Back to Falkreath. Though sad, I enjoy the cause and effect of it. Just like I enjoy... Ngoth visited a lot of Dwemer ruins yesterday, where she tends to walk into traps, and also... Well, not yesterday. Yesterday in-game, I guess. Last session. And also, he genuinely lost track of her for several in-game days. She just disappeared. Which is the trigger for him just... almost... He's almost like a pet at this point. He knows he's going to outlive her. And he doesn't like that idea, so he wants her to be safe and comfortable for her painfully short life. Such a baby. Adopted him and called him your son. Same with Feindal. So tragic.
Be on your way. Be on your way.
Sorry, I gotta go down this road. My house is over here. Just seeing your reaction to Luthgard's death? Not a huge fan of how fucking close we are to a bandit camp from here, but... regular bandits aren't gonna bother you. Like, no, Luthgard was my best friend! I think probably the most common pick... There's another mud crab. Imagine the most common pick, because she's very early game and very easy to find, at least for, like, first playthroughs, is probably, Camilla Valerius. Over in... You know where. Let me check the name, I'm going insane. Riverwood. Go. A door. There we go. Smelter would not be useless for here, but yeah. River Run was what you used to call Riverwood. Odd name, but not wrong per se. Damn you, Lord of the Rings, or was it got? Game of Thrones? I don't recall. You're fond of having your wife with you at all times. Okay, I sound crazy there. Now I get what you're going at. If you're going for that, probably Aelia the Huntress is probably the #1 pick, would be my guess. She's great too. Yeah, and I think she remains... If I'm not mistaken, she remains essential because she's also a quest giver for Radiant stuff. Ysolda? Ysolda is a common choice... Isolde, yeah. Is a pretty common choice if you want a spouse who doesn't come with you on adventures, because she runs a very successful merchant stall that makes good money. Isn't a very big house. Yeah, I know, I'm working on that part. I don't think I can make it bigger, though. But, there's strips, straw. Where the fuck do you buy straw? I actually don't remember how to get straw in this game. General goods stores. Fair enough. One in Whiterun. I don't think there's one in Falkreath. Now that Lakeview Manor has been physically built, I'm going to count it at, oh yeah. The drafting table is where you make the place actually larger, I think. Late to your wedding in your old playthrough back in 2022, nobody would talk to you. Even the guards spat at you. Left Ripton and waited 2 in-game days to try again. Trying to marry Farkas. Farkas is definitely the, common male pick. You want a male spouse who comes fight with you. He's a good pick. You want your spouse to be a lady? Aelia. I need more fittings, locked nails. Then you're fighting on the quest Meridia's beacon. Damn. He's not a quest giver. Which means he can die. You hate Meridia? Everyone hates Meridia. It's funny, the reason I've given for Ungoth hating Meridia, even though she's not appeared in any prior games, as far as he's been able to see, was simply that... But I've mentioned that at the end of Daggerfall, he met a Daedra who, by random chance of the Daedric language skill, didn't attack him. I made the joke he married her, at Sheogorath's insistence. And Sheogorath officiated, and a bunch of other Daedric princes showed up. I made the joke Meridia showed up and was just annoying the whole time. So, as soon as he picked up the beacon, it was just, oh god damn it, no! Voice is piercing and loud, it's enough reason. He's like, the fuck is this? A new hand touches the beacon. Son of a bitch. Dragonborn with horrible trauma PTSD. Fuck you, I doing your quest.
Important deliveries to make. No time for chatting.
It's also funny because, like, her weapon's not even that good most of the time. I mean, it's good during the dawn. It is good if you're crawling through crypts, which, granted, is a huge chunk of this game.
Hands to yourself, sneak thief.
Yeah.
Hail, companion.
Wildly different opinions going around here. Shut up, guard. Like, hands to yourself, sneak thief. It's like, I'm not a pickpocket, I'm just stealthy. You guys don't have a general store, do ya? Yeah. There's the Riverwood Crater.
Enjoy your last breath.
You're out of your league.
There we go. Quick saved in case.
Cleared out, I guess.
I guess. You're nothing but
Yeah.
trouble.
Yeah, I thought that might happen. That's why I quick saved. Accidentally hit him and he went down.
You'll beg me to kill you, but
Oh my god, this stupid glitch that keeps happening.
on all you got.
Get away.
Not your best.
Cleared out, I
Nobody
guess.
here now.
Hell was this moron doing? Stealing, obviously, but he fucked up royally. Oh, the guild's failing. Get into an open brawl in the streets, you run away. Hey, Camilla. Hey, Lucan. Do you have straw? I need straw. Probably as much as you can sell me. Nope. Closed. Of course you are. You know what? That's fine.
You're nothing but trouble.
Fuck you too. Ember Shard Mine respawned yet? It hasn't, but I wonder if the iron has. Zungoth also needs iron, and... well... he needs to not convert it into gold this time. There we go. Alright, it has respawned. Tells me there's a decent chance the iron in it has also respawned. Which, it won't be a ton, but... I want Ilya to have at least a decent place to live. Oh, Hersine, how did you die? Killed by the breath of the Dragonborn. Like... yeah, okay, you can come in. Figured this place out like a month ago. Bandits are goddamn prolific in this province. Do you think Hersine has, like, Valhalla rules? Where if you die in combat, you can still go to his realm even if it was lame? Probably not. That's more a Sovngarde thing. I think Hersine makes his own wolf stuff if he really wants it. Don't think he bothers with wolf souls. Lizard man fear me? Sorry, still hyper? I can tell. Just a little bit. I'll have you know, Ungoth is a Saurian man, not a lizard man. You're curious about the difference? Lizards are, you know, like, lizards and stuff. But Saurians include stuff like dinosaurs and crocodiles. And Argonians have way more in common with crocs and gators than they do with lizards. Fish nose in your hypercat? I mean, I could tell in this specific instance, yes. I still have the old key. They didn't change it. Oh, glass bow.
Never seen anything quite like that.
Alright, kill cam made me fall here. Annoying. Cool place, yeah. To be frank, I don't think Ilya is interfering with Ngoth's stealth at all, because she seems to have a lot of stealth ranks. She has the silent roll perk. I've seen her use it a few times.
What was that?
Is someone there?
So, I think this mod actually cranks up how much sneak you need for that perk. Alright, here's the end. Now to go back and see if I can get any of this iron. It is fun going back through a place you already cleared, way back at the very start of the game. The mine part not respawned? Haven't seen any veins in here. Need to rest up? Talk to you later? Talk to you later, cat. Could do, but let's... I'm just gonna mark expert lock so I don't have to keep doing that. And if it's master, well, I don't have that spell yet, so too bad for me anyway. They at least have some loose iron in this place. Even if the veins didn't respawn. Might see if the blacksmith has any for sale as well. Although Hadvar's uncle might give some away. That might have respawned too. Oh yeah, fishing spot. Really haven't messed with fishing very much, even though it was a Creation Club item I kind of just received. Take the ingots, sure. Were you guys refining them in here? Ah, and here is the bucket in which they shit. Guess bandits respawn faster than iron does. Unfortunate, but believable. It's here, but it's not interactable. What if I were to... No. Huh. Okay, it's respawned, but I can't interact with it. Maybe it's not actually respawned yet, in that case. Visually respawned, but... couldn't get what I needed out of it. Be daytime by now, too. Just about. He says it's cool if I take the iron. Actually, he said it'd be cool if I took the steel ones too. Just not anything that's already been made. You know what? I should go look for those wolf corpses. I can make some leather out of their pelts. I need leather for some of the crafting. There's also that bear near the house. I could turn that into some leather. I guess this is the Hearthfire stream. Where were those wolves? Oh, here's an iron ore vein that's respawned. Ran into that, at least. Respawned and functions, I should say. The ones in there respawned, but they don't function still. And goodness for Ilya's ice spikes. I think you need 2 pelts, wolf pelts, to make 1 leather. Or was it 1 one wolf pelt makes 1 leather? I know there's stuff where you need multiples to make 1. Okay, there's some more leather.
Pristine!
Deer hide. Deer hide. What you say when the murderer broke in, but your wife hasn't, you know, gotten the fuck out of there yet? Might have been like fox pelts, so you need like 2 or 3 of them to make 1 good leather out of. Wolf pelts just make 1, deer hide makes 2. Nice, nice. Riverwood Trader is open.
Thank you. Trinkets, odds and
Hey,
ends,
Lucan.
that sort of thing.
Let me see here. There. I'll take 10 bundles of straw, if you will. Thanks, old buddy. Hey, Camilla. I think I've decided that since it is built and it is a house, I will allow myself to fast travel to it, because it also uses that same icon as, like, villages, you know, like Riverwood. I think it's only fair. Let's see. Okay, I need a lock, iron fittings, and nails for this. And I forgot to get corundum. Damn it. Yeah, I know about Volendrung. Have it in this game, had it in Morrowind. It's fucking enormous. And not... well, not really conducive to the build I'm doing.
Watch over. Blades, helmets,
Pretty much anything to suit your needs.
You got any Nukarundum? Let me buy this iron off you too, though. Feel like I'm gonna need quite a chunk of it. And the leather. But that might have been too much. Sell you the silver ingot. Yeah, I got all of that. Forgot about it.
Next time.
Could make leather strips to cut down. I know I need at least some leather strips. That is still way too much weight. Don't I have... No, I didn't get that. But what I can do... That still wouldn't be enough. Dang it.
Still here.
Oh wait, actually,
What
I
do
can
you
have
want me to
Skillia
carry?
to carry some stuff for me. That's right. Have this. Yeah, take these as well. Some scrolls. Have the other spiced wine. I ain't using it. Three of the Ethereum shards. Still one of those missing. Like 5 pounds of amethyst.
Lead on.
Go and make a gold diamond ring. Got rid of a gold
Whatever
ingot.
you need. Buy Ysmir if it's simple and
I'm right
strong.
behind you.
I can forge it.
What do you want me to carry?
Alright, this is gonna be a weird one. Carry this clay for me.
Let's get going
Thanks.
then.
That'll actually probably be enough. Not selling corundum. I'll check over here. Keep black soul gems. Ngoth hangs on to them for the specific purpose of no maniac actually using them. He doesn't use them himself.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
Do some smelting, this'll cut my weight down some too. Be plenty of iron. Oh, Zero would hate those, wouldn't he? Oh yeah, no. He does. Now, he both did and didn't have something to do with their ability to be created, because he
I don't
both
claim to
did
be the
and
best.
didn't make Manny Marco
Have you met my
ascend to
father?
semi-divine status. Semi-godlike status? Okay, you sell corundum. I had, like, 5.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
Keep that in mind. Alright, do have to make make the lock. Weighs way less than any of its constituent parts, but whatever. Alright, need more sawn logs and more quarried stone. Can quarry the stone myself here. Actually, right next to a stone quarry. But the logs, I'm actually gonna have to do the quest to go buy some at the place. Idiot. Poisoned idiot. I bought enough leather. What's going on here? Oh, did you see a fox? Yeah, have fun with that. You wouldn't think skeletons can be poisoned, but when you're real good at poisoning things, it starts to work. Yeah. Neat cairn. Half Moon Mill. Better make sure I get all the logs I need out of here. Because I think...
I trust you're not planning any trouble. What can I do for you, friend? A guest? Oh my.
Look at her dead in the eyes.
Why don't you stay a while?
I'm looking to buy some lumber.
Doing some building, eh? We can deliver it wherever you need.
Got it. 20 logs.
I'll have them hauled over right away. Doing some building, eh?
Let me go ahead and
I'll
just
have them hauled
double
over
that
right
order.
away.
Think that'll be enough for what I need.
I'd better get going.
Clearly not a vampire TM. Goth can tell he's dealt with vampires a lot in his life. He's like... Just like he looked at the court mage in Solitude, just doing the doke stare, just... I know it's not always a choice, but... Gotta be suspicious, especially with them inviting you to stay over. Wonder where that hunter went. You ever find that fox? Wait, if that's the fox, then where's the... Oh man, I think I know who won that fight. Never mind, here he is.
Guess it's all clear now.
Just killed an elk, I think. Let's see. Need to quarry some more stone. I think it's 4, so... 2. 3. 4. And we must very slowly. Foundation. Gotta make more nails, too. Quarry a little more stone. How much exactly? Just once, actually, I'll do it. Let's take a look real quick. Here's the foundation. Not bad. There's grass sticking out of it somehow. Don't question it. Floors. Grass still sticking out of it. Don't question anything ever. Put up the wall framing. Okay, okay. Gonna have to poke holes in the roof. That won't be terrible to fix later. Alright, need more nails, and I need that clay back from Ilya.
I've got your back. What do you want me to carry?
I'm taking something back this time.
Let's get going then.
Let's level walls. Okay, okay, looking good. Need to set up supports for the second floor, though. Gonna be more nails. Alright, alright. It's not bad so far. Liking it. Frame up the roof. And we're gonna need more logs again. God damn it. Also more nails. But nails are easy. Got tons of iron ingots on me. Because there's literally nothing between them, and it's just gonna be to run back and forth, I'm just gonna fast travel here. There's nothing there, it's a very short walk, I'm gonna break the rule a little bit. And I at least did it, like... I walked here naturally, I guess, but I had to discover it anyways.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I blew through all those logs you sold me already.
Doing some building, eh? I'll have them hauled over right away.
Thing is, she's a first stage vampire, which means she is consistently getting food. That doesn't necessarily mean she's killing people. Because, you know, you don't have to kill a person to obtain their blood. I can level walls. Need 25 nails for this last roof. Yes, it is shingles. Load the feed off Easter on yourself. I mean, in gameplay, I can't think of a good reason to, actually, like, feed willingly. Because the fire weakness can be kind of scary, sure, but... I don't know. I feel like the sneak bonus and... honestly, the sneak bonus is worth it. Not bad for a place I put together myself, huh? About a single bed. That's a good start, isn't it? Somewhere to sleep. A chair to sit down in, you know? I don't know where the fuck I put it. It was over here. I need to make more stuff, but I can make some kind of dining room down here. Yeah, let me go make some nails. I can fix up a nice place to eat. Got 2 smithing levels from building a house. Pretty funny. See? It's not so bad. It came with... Where the fuck did I get this food? I don't carry food with me. You know, it gets cold in the Skyrim. Let's quarry some stone for a fireplace. And, are you going to just leave me here? I'll visit. But it's fucking dangerous. How many times spinning blades have chopped your organs open and I've had to just put them back in? And you were missing for a long time. That was very concerning, too. There, a nice fireplace. This area is empty. Here. I know upstairs ain't perfect yet, but I'm working on it. There's a bookshelf somewhere. Where the hell is it? Right, over here. Next to this nice chair. Here, I'll put some of my books on. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Place 4 more books. Alright, getting you started on a library. Hang on, I got more.
I've got your back.
Need a steward for my house. Are you interested?
I'd be honored to be your steward. You've built a fine steading here.
Okay,
Farewell.
good to have you here. Definitely come visit. All the time. Not going to die, because she's here. Fuck is this thing? There. It's a nice place. He'll come back and keep adding furniture to it. For sure. Maybe even get a cellar built, an arcane enchanter. Maybe she'd prefer a alchemy station. Can you do both? Oh man, there's so much extra shit I could make. Wings on every side. My god. Remodel that into an entryway. It wasn't a good house idea. I didn't build anything for this front room anyway. Yeah. They'll be fine here. And she'll be keeping my stuff safe when I inevitably drop it. Actually, I should drop off some stuff here. Maybe I should build myself a bed to sleep in, too.
Need something?
And nails, other strips, and straw. Left that outside. God, I'm stupid.
Need something?
We need one iron ingot to make more nails with. See, now Ungath has a place to sleep if he has to come over, so they don't have to share. That would be weird, probably.
Yes?
Or if she just feels like having company over herself, that's cool too. Fuck it, build a double bed somewhere else as well. Leave wherever you feel like, Ilya. Take the big one, I don't care. Actually, I shouldn't keep these in this. If I'm gonna keep other stuff in it as well. Not what I meant to do. Actually, Thieves Guild stuff might be fine to hang on to. On second thought, I didn't even look at weapons to toss in there. Hang on to most of that. Yeah, there's also clay deposits to pick up here if you really need it. Really is quite involved if you want to really customize a house. Let's store this where it actually goes. We have 40 empty petty soul gems. Petty soul gems aren't even worth hanging on to when they're full, frankly. Just 4 pounds of the stuff. Yeah. As at this point, go back to the college. Wonder if that, enchanter guy managed to finish his work at any point. Was he the enchanter? I don't remember.
Enchanting services are one of the few things that
It wasn't the enchanter, it's the other one who wears the same outfit and has the same haircut. Different voice, though.
Mirabelle does a fine job as Master Wizard, I suppose.
Yeah, totally. Fine job, yeah. We're all... Look, I don't give a shit about your politics. You stay in the other one? Something important from his quest I want to pick up. Does he sleep in the Hall of Attainment? I'd believe it. Because it doesn't make any particular sense. Ah yes, on Kano's room.
Jazargo has heard of the Staff of Magnus. Once you are done with it, perhaps you will allow Jazargo to borrow it.
Tell you what, before I inevitably leave Skyrim, I'll hand it off to you.
Skyrim
See what you
still
do with
has
it.
fine people. You give an old man hope.
Hey, what's up, Tolfdir? Maybe he's over in the Arcanum. Doing some kind of dwarf experiment.
Enchanting services are one of the few things that keep us in touch with the rest of Skyrim.
Archmage's quarters are not where I meant to go.
That incident in Morthal was just a misunderstanding, no matter what the guards claim.
Okay. I don't care.
Divine's blessed. I'm working on some very important... He asked far too many questions about my research.
I'm
I
curious
think
too,
the
but
Thalmor are trying to steal my work.
I'd believe it.
I haven't told them anything.
It's
of course.
literally anything.
What I'm doing is far too important. Can't breathe a word of it.
Okay.
All right, then.
Really want to do Arniel's quest before I keep doing certain things. By the way, I did look at some Creation Club stuff. There were a few of the quests I think could be interesting for Ingoth, and, like, one item thing I really looked into. Because I think it could... Cannot wait in this location, right? Because this is a weird changing location you can't wait at. I'm gonna stand there staring into dead space. Let's just keep going forever. Yeah, it was particularly the stuff that ties back into Morrowind I thought could be interesting to pick up. There's like two, and I'm talking officially, like, official stuff. Not that I don't want to do fan creations, but fan creations I'm a little less willing to shell out money, I think. No offense to mod authors by any means, just... It just feels a little off, you know?
Why are my research material? So you wish to master the arcane arts?
Something like that. Yeah, Deadly Poison Rune. Because it occurs to me Radiant doesn't work on things, so... Or on non-undead things, so...
Alright then.
Can't say I fully understand what... Apparently it's some kind of... I think it's actually Auriel's boosted buff. Like, 2 levels of Pilgrim boost. Lets sunlight damage start hurting everything. Learn that. Interesting, you can actually learn carry weight off of that.
You're not as dumb as you look. Mm-hmm.
Fuck you, Sergius. Looking for the other guy who dresses like you. Here does disappear when I need to talk to him about that experiment. A warped soul gem, you know, fuckload of Dwemer cogs. Can't help but think he's trying to make an automaton, and I want to fucking see it.
There are few places where one can... That incident in Morthal was just a misunderstanding, no matter what the guards claim.
Uh-huh. Zargo, you don't gotta be... You hot-handed me here. Hey, put the magic away for a sec when you're just walking down the street. Good Lytra nymph. It is kind of a good character that Tolfdir, the one most involved with actually teaching, is the one who sleeps downstairs with the new students. I like that small detail. Ancano also sleeps down there, but it's because no one likes him and they shoved him in a hall closet.
Divines bless you.
Son of
May
a
the ground
bitch.
you walk quake as you pass.
Arniel's thing is supposed to update. Yeah, I guess I don't need to do it right this second. Yeah. Go find a source of power. That'll take time. It's actually not terribly far, but... Interesting. I've actually found a reason I can use the Great Lift fast travel. Go from Windhelm to Raldbathar, and I can use that to go to Ulfland, and that gets me there faster. This is one of the only times I'm gonna end up actually using that small caveat I added. That since they're like connected underground and it's basically safe down there, I'd count it. But only between each other. Ah, poisoned, stupid. Rune does seem to do damage very quickly, if nothing else.
So what's your story? I don't want some snotty elf telling me what gods I can and can't worship.
I mean, I get the sentiment, but, don't know. Feel like this was not the right time to respond like this. How do you poison something without blood? Shut up about it. That's how you do it. Rune range is a little disappointing, honestly. What sees me? Okay. I mean, it wound up killing the thing, but... I don't know. That was a little underwhelming. There destruction stuff to boost runes? If so... maintain more runes at once. Nothing for letting you place runes further away, though. You'd have to invest in destruction. Oh. How unfeasibly short the range is, I think it's just going to be a no on that. Ah, this skeleton come from?
How can you just sit here and wait? We should be... there.
We must gather our strength. Who knows what's inside?
Treasure, that's what. Get off your scaly rump and let's go.
Hush, Salma. We aren't alone.
Yeah, they have guaranteed vision. You know, fun. Argonian.
Speak with Miss Salma if you wish to speak.
Ugh,
hey, what's
we
up?
should be inside loading up on treasure. Worry Scales here thinks we should wait, though. Don't get any ideas either. We were here first.
What do you expect to find inside?
Gold? Silver? Gems, maybe? Only one way to find out.
Going on?
I don't care what Beam says. It's high time we get in there and find our fortune.
But you, but I'm going in.
Not without us, you aren't. I'm sure there's enough for everyone, after all.
Alright, sure,
Come
but...
on, Beamja. We're going.
Not against going together, just,
You can't...
you know, go.
Shake us off that easily. Let's see what's here.
Wait, did he just fucking book it?
What was that?
Never should have thought. All over now.
Just them spiders.
What was that?
All over now.
I don't know if I've ever done this quest before. Beamjaw does not, spark memories in my brain.
You're as good as dead.
All over now.
This is it. We found Gathric's tomb.
Oh. I don't know who the fuck Gathric is.
Well, there must be a way through. Look around.
I found treasure. There's a few gold coins. Nothing in this weird crevice. Where'd he go? Oh, no, here she is.
Eyes open. Danger could be anywhere.
Where'd he go?
Not now. Stay alert.
Stay alert. I'm looking for an entrance or something, man. Can I fit through here? Oh, here's a handle.
That's done it. Let's get in there.
I'd avoid stepping there if I were you guys.
Huh? Time to end this little game.
Alright, enough fucking around.
All over now.
They just go through here with two extra companions, I guess. Yeah, with them around, stealth ain't an option. Also, these guys are durable as shit.
Did you hear something? Somebody help!
Not particularly, no.
Time to end this little... cleared out, I guess.
That skeever get missed.
Did you hear something? Over
Never
here.
should have come.
Two-handed to 98. Not quite maxed out yet, but it'll get there.
What was that?
Throwing a lot of lightning bolts
rush
out,
ahead.
aren't you?
This is a trap if I ever saw.
Why did I pick that up? Ngoth regenerates like a motherfucker. Steel plate helmet of major mending. Yeah, that's obviously a trap. Let's look for a switch or a lever. Let me see. On the back. Items sometimes there. Ah, that was the way to get it open. Here it is. Health regeneration increased by some. Take it if you want it. It's your armor.
This is it. Gathric awaits us.
The fuck is
What are you
Gathric?
on about? Let's just get the treasure here and go.
Okay, that might be Gathric.
What was that?
Alright, it's another named Dragon Priest. I don't know that I've ever gone through and gotten all these guys before. Down you go. Our Todd, who art in Maryland, hallowed be thy name. Thy Skyrim come, thy questlines be done, on earth as it is in Nirn. Give us this day our daily Radiant quest, and forgive us our console commands, as we forgive AI which glitches against us. Lead us not into Lover's Lab, but deliver us from the 255 plug-in limit. Amen. Amen. Thank you, Quilla, for leading us through our daily affirmations.
Wouldn't be strong enough to help me kill Gathric alone.
There's
There's
come
just
again.
one more thing I need from you. To fully absorb Gathric's power, I require a blood sacrifice.
Happy Skyrim Day,
Your blood
everyone.
should be good enough. This will go easier for us both if you don't bother fighting back.
You seem to be immensely stupid. Watch this real quick.
Oh.
Time to end.
Pristine!
Dwarven shield upside down on the back of this guy's chair. Weirdo. You have flashbacks to your teachers? One sec. Spirit of become ethereal. Okay. Fiery Soul's enchant is probably one of the best in the game for weapons, just because it's 2 effects in one. It is, but I don't know that that's in this mod. I don't see it on anything here right now, so I don't know what prompted that.
Father never trusted Beam. I always thought he was just being overprotective.
I know, Simon, please. I don't know for sure. Is where it should be? Where what should be? What are you gonna do now?
I don't know. Beamja has looked after me since I was knee-high to him. I need to rest. And then I think I'm going back to High Rock.
Go
on without me. I think I need to be alone for a while.
Could be on an axe behind the chair. Might have gotten knocked around somewhere. Might have gotten lost in the fighting, collision stuff. Yeah, because there's a dwarven shield on the back of the chair. Oh, here it is, Soulbrand. 2 magic damage per second for 10 seconds. Target dies, fills a soul gem. Oh, it's not... I think it is a better version of the effect. It's magic damage, which means it's less likely to be resisted. There it was. It was also just kind of invisible. Oh, he is the ash pile. It's interesting, yeah. Because, like, most NPCs... Well, if they have magic resist, it's probably going to be lower than someone having some fire resist. Like, more likely to be resisted, but by a lesser amount. That was almost bad. Yeah, I was looking at... I mentioned before... Oh yeah, I already went and built a house for Ilya from the Falkreath place, made her the steward there. Ungoth tried to make the place look as nice as possible and livable in, just... You know? You can just live a life in that cabin. Falkreath's not a far walk, neither's Riverwood, frankly. You can make friends. Meet other people who will one day die, you know? Expand it or just leave it as a little hut? He got the first expansion, and turned the first thing into an entry hall as well. He was like, this is a... The first one he made was, like, straight up just... Wow. Spears literally the length of his body go through him, and Goth is a little inconvenienced by it. He didn't decorate it fully, but he decorated it some, and there's at least 2 floors to the place. I mentioned that it's almost like he's treating her as a pet, you know? He's going to outlive her, he wants her to be comfortable and go... just, like, give her enrichment in a safe location. It's actually really, really insulting for anyone who notices that's what he's doing, I'm sure. Being Ungoth's friend means you get to take it around on death-defying stunts for a while. You survive, he buys you a house. On the other side, he never said she really had to stay there. He essentially named her his steward as an excuse to pay her to do it. You put it into a much friendlier perspective than I did. that Ungoth is feeling less and less on the mortal side of things as things go on. Alex of Animus. Huh. Go up here because the friend sent him a thing. By the way, there's 2 specific Creation Club things I looked at that I think could be really good for Ungoth. It's all the stuff that traces back to Morrowind. Like, the other 2 of the, magic items, because Keening is in the game. I'm trying to do that quest. But then there's the one that's about how Civi is kind of still worshipped, despite them all being dead. Ghost of the Tribunal? Yeah, that one too. But the other one was the equipment thing that's just Wraithguard and Sunder. Simply because, as the story goes, because Ungoth actually thinks the heart might have survived because he's panicking a bit, him not wanting to actually open the box until he's sure he's got all the pieces to shut it down again feels very in character for him. Now, if it, like, was not impressed by the price to start with, but I think it'd be like $10 for both. Not crazy about, but I could live with, I think. The Heart of a God. Auriel couldn't kill it. Why would Ungoth think he could? Not kill, but at least keep it out of mortal hands for a little longer, because he doesn't want more corpus spreading. He doesn't want another Dagoth Ur to happen. He doesn't believe he can kill it, but he really thought it wasn't going to come back from that. Now, he's going to feel stupid when it opens up and it's just that. Anniversary Edition upgrade is $20, and that comes with all the Bethesda-made stuff, right? Something to consider if you're going to put down 10. That would be probably smart, but... Also, doesn't the Anniversary Edition fuck up some mods? Everything that was on the club up till that point. I'm worried it might mess with the mods I have on. Although... No, it doesn't. No, I know what I'm thinking of. If I hadn't patched the game since Anniversary Edition came out, it would have done that. Package of the plugins and assets? Yeah. Where am I right now? Kungathod! That's right. Still using the oldest version for a reason. Are you talking, like, original Skyrim? Because if you own original Skyrim on Steam, you get the special edition for free. Or at least you did back in the day. I don't know if you still do. Way unnecessary at this point. Yeah, the thing is, that version's so old, mods for that version no longer get updated, I don't think. OG Skyrim. Technically the special edition, but like back when it was OG Skyrim with extras. Like, it's Skyrim with all the DLC, but that's not quite special edition. If you mean you're running special edition with no patches, then... That's, doesn't sound very... like a very pleasant gaming experience. You don't use mods at all? You are a rare type, then. Not using mods at all, then there isn't really a point. Yeah. Special Edition just has better textures in general. And it runs better on modern stuff, too. I think it's... I'm pretty sure Special Edition is generally more stable than original was. Like, I've only had weird crashing bugs a handful of times on this version. And I don't have, like, an unofficial patch or anything. Because they make lore decisions I don't agree with. I don't really like it. You notice more bugs in your system when you use the updated version a lot more? How old is your system? I suppose could be another question of that. Because if you've got a pretty old setup, then absolutely that could be a problem. Uh-huh. Hey, I'm not gonna judge. I'm trying to get a new GPU. My current one is a 2070. I'm gonna get a 5070, but I need to find out if I can handle 16G DDSR or not. I'm not sure if... because I need to double check what my power supply is, I think. The bugs are all Skyrim, not your baby. Sure. Holy placebo. Newest engine and patch version is no more buggy than any before it. And if you actually genuinely are just running a very old system that can't really handle the updated textures, then I get it. Shouldn't be any more intensive? I don't know. Here's the thing, when I first got Skyrim, I could barely run it on what I had. I can fully believe someone running something old still couldn't run the new version. Like, yeah, the texture quality is much higher. Oh, you were trying to say his name.
Looky here, looks like we got ourselves
Gonna stick your belly like an old woman's purse.
That special edition, I think he corrected to its special edition quote-unquote, because I think they did initially call the edition that just came with all the DLC special edition way back when. They got rid of it, it's hidden on Steam. Yeah, makes sense. Legendary Edition, that's probably what it was called. I think I had Legendary Edition. Which, yeah, I don't think you can buy it anymore. But to be fair, there's not a ton of reason to anymore either. But it is technically lost media in that sense. Does run better if you have the hardware for it. Yeah, and I mean... what kind of hardware are you running? If you're running on like an old laptop, I get it, there's just not much you can do about it. But if you're on a PC, like, I think even a used 1080 would still do you fine for Skyrim. And I think there's plenty of 1080s running around still. Even something in the 20 series is not going to be that pricey. Not lost media, no. It's delisted, as in it won't show up in Steam searches. Still accessible via Google search. That's true. We need to reserve lost media for actual lost media, like several episodes from the first season of Doctor Who. Though I think they only consider like 1 or 2 episodes fully and completely lost, because I think they actually burned up in a fire at the studio. Like the original film did, and they didn't have any copies. There's a bunch that's like, they sold them and they don't know where they ended up. Like the first Doctor's first regeneration. Heard something about an upcoming announcement about some lost episodes. Maybe they found some? I think they might have found some that they sold back when the BBC had almost no money. Some of those they've been able to get by, like... some of them, the visuals are just so degraded they had to animate them. Then there's a handful they don't even have the audio for. But they found some of the old visuals that could be cool. If they found the old Toy Maker episode, that would be great. Because after Neil Patrick Harris portrayed him, a lot of people want to watch the original Toy Makers thing. MPH killed it for real. Seriously, I think it's a more interesting version of the character than the original. Goat, honestly, yeah, I don't think he's played a bad role. Some of my favorites are when he does musical stuff, like Music Meister in Brave and the Bold, or Dr. Horrible, I really liked. The few American actors to get on Doctor Who, too. Yeah, there's only a handful. I think... I can never remember his name. There is at least one other. Kind of protectionist, verging on racist. Yeah. That's the BBC in general, though. It's a British show, so goddammit, only British actors, even if they're playing an American character. Something I remember very specifically is, there's a few episodes during Smith's run where Therium Dynamo Core required. I genuinely don't know what the hell this is talking about. What is an Ethereum Dynamo Core? What will these do when I bring them in? I have never seen this shit before. Meanwhile, they give tax benefits, so we cast 1 billion British actors in our movies and film in London. It was like, when they first started showing the silence, those things that you only remember them while you're looking at them. He was the head of... I think this was post-World War II, so he was head of the CIA. And, he was doing an American accent, but it was very noticeable. Especially because that exact same actor did a full British accent in Supernatural, not that long before, and I think during, too. Because he was Crowley in Supernatural. So it was weird. In the American show, he was British, but in the British show, he was American. Why don't they hire Hugh Laurie if they need a British guy to pretend to be an American? Honestly? I feel like Hugh Laurie only does comedy stuff now, like when he started. Because he was a comedy actor alongside Mr. Bean initially. And then he did House, and then he did a lot of, just like comedy and cartoon voice acting. Including a bunch of times he voiced Dr. House for Family Guy episodes. Damn bears are unbearable? Yeah, they sure are fucking everywhere. Where am I and what am I doing? I just kind of started... I did need Madness Ore. Should actually go back in there and get that. I did pick the correct one to face. I don't think I've ever gotten, like, all the Dragon Priest masks before. That might be fun for Ngoth to do. I mean, this is supposed to be like a do absolutely everything run. I feel like most characters who get to the end of Skyrim either do no faction quests outside of the bare minimum, or do absolutely all of them. And I know for a lot of people, beating Alduin is how they retire their characters. Because that feels like the natural ending to the character arc of the Dragonborn. Some argue Miraak is a slightly better end. He feels like a better post-game than Alduin does, and I can kind of agree with that. Miraak or Alduin are really where it ends. Harkon is a cool final fight, but I do not feel like he is narratively satisfying for the Dragonborn to finish on. I think it's supposed to end with Miraak. There is special dialogue Miraak gives if you beat Alduin already. There we go. Place Amber and Madness Ore near Gadnor's resting place. That's right. Or was that? Maybe I can only ever fight once those priests make you want to eat a window. You hate that question? Question? Oh, quest line. Okay. Makes more sense, yeah. Where? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Crystal Drift Cave. Out near Riften. Where am I now? Yeah, let's head back to the Windhelm Stables. I feel like so much stuff is around the Windhelm Stables. I feel like I've traveled there the most of any location. Both because it's a cooler, more climactic fight, and because it kind of mirrors the Shivering Isles end, in the way that you're maybe a Daedric prince's little bitch now. Cold so your fingers are getting stiff? I am definitely having the same problem. Especially because I don't have heating in this house. You know, Dragonborn DLC is the way that the last Dragonborn is moved off the board. Maybe. But I don't know. Like how SI is the way the Hero of Kvatch is moved off the board. I suppose so, but the Hero of Kvatch's felt more definitive, like there wasn't a way to fight it. I feel like Hermaeus Mora's thing is something you could genuinely fight, because he's kind of forcing you into it. You didn't really agree to it. Or if you did, it was under the kind of circumstances you feel like you can get out of. Though for Sheogorath, you could argue you're kind of tricked into it as well. Less definitive than Shivering Isles. Does give vibes that Mora is saying you're his bitch now. But I also feel like Mora can't do a damned thing to stop you if you just leave. Unlike with the Shivering Isles, you've already mantled Sheogorath. Unmantling is tricky. Though it is at least a little open-ended in Skyrim. If maybe... Yeah, you could headcanon if you really want to. The Hero of Kvatch got out of that, and Jiggalag had to remantle Sheogorath, and that's why Jiggalag's not around anymore. I do wonder what Jiggalag's doing in the alternative, though. What the hell's going on over there?
Your blood calls me.
Vampire and a vampire hunter. Oh wait, you know what? Yeah. Might just claim you when you die like you did Mirak, which might not work for Ingoth specifically. Legathog escapes the Isles by going to the Mojave, like Lucifer leaving Hell for LA. I am toying around with the idea, a few ideas. One is Legathog in a weird psychotic state is just hallucinating all of Fallout. Another is that Legathog manages to make something of an imitation of himself and throws it out of the world, and it ends up in a different, adjacent world. Resisted Sunlight Rune. What do you mean, resisted? Vampire is literally as undead as you can get. They're supposed to be double weak to sunlight damage. Or... bastard. Physicalities of werewolves. Potion of Cure Disease is smart if you're fighting vampires, yeah. The Nordic hands and gear with robes actually looks really good, I think. I think the plate gear also looks really good with robes. You have to give it to the Vigilance. They got style. They don't got much else, but that is a good style. Yeah, they got the drip. Always had the idea of your character read an Elder Scroll, the blinding light from that, and the start of Fallout 3 go well. That's pretty funny. So they don't have much else. They don't have literally anything else. I wonder if during the planning stages of, like, Dawn Guard, if they were supposed to be the main faction, and then they just made up the Dawn Guard instead. Because they gave them a hall in the base game. Really wish we could join the Vigilance? Well, the hall is a smoldering pile of ash, so that's not going to work out too well. It's really weird. Why'd they do that? I have no idea. It's so much potential. There's a lot of things in Skyrim that are like, narratively, this had so much potential.
Too lazy to walk, eh? Well,
and I am disappointed in that. Like, I'll admit, of the Thalmor, I'm of two minds about which motivation I like more. I do like the idea that probably the ruling, like, main decision makers of the Thalmor only banned Talos worship as an excuse to sow dissent, especially in their agent Ulfric, so they could get a civil war going to weaken the Empire further. But I also like MK's insane ramblings about people's heads exploding if they imagine Talos' symbol. I actually do think Alduin just showing up because they sent him to the future is a little lame. Like, that doesn't feel like... Watch a lore video on Thalmor and Talos. Yeah. It's some fun stuff. I think Alduin showing up just because an arbitrary timer hit is a little lame. But I also don't know if the Emperor, a Dragonborn Emperor returning with a dragon army would have been better. That's weird shit. Hurt their sense of existence. Dumbass bear swallowed a gemstone. Yeah, I know there's also the faction of, well, it's a human. Humans can't be gods. That's what elves are supposed to do. Elves are supposed to ascend to godhood. And if a human did it and is being worshipped, that's bullcrap. And I'm sure plenty of them agreed with it for that reason. But I always got the impression that a lot of the decision makers in the Thalmor did it solely as a tactical move. Ooh, level up. To be fair, you're on their side there for no other reason than they're prettier. Goblin. Can't max Scourge, can't up Plague either. Affliction's capped. Don't really use healing spells that much anymore. Let me say, regen lasting longer doesn't do much. Healing spells are stronger when the target falls below half health is nice-ish. Renewal is really strong, and would fit really well thematically within Goth. But what else could I pick up, is the question. Oh, wait, I want to get shadow casting. Absolutely. That's something I wanted. Now I actually can get sneak attack damage on my spells, which I hope will work for the spray. Yeah, there were a lot of animals coming out. Okay, I thought they were friendly. I know, I've been poisoned. It hurts a little bit. Which do you prefer to play as, Tav or Dirge? Oh. Okay, so here's the thing. I think... Okay, that's such a tricky question. If I'm trying to make my own character with their own unique motivations, Tav easily. But if I'm trying to make a character who more fits into the dynamics of the party and the themes of the story, then Dirge. Because Tav is a complete blank slate for me to roleplay however I want, but Dirge is a fascinating character to go in... a fascinating starting point to go in a number of very interesting directions. The fuck is this? Nerve shatter. I have arrows stuck in me. Nerve shatter. 30 shock damage.
What was that?
Try it out. Seducer's Bandit. Trouble with Dirge, it's very limiting in backstory. Yes. Here's the thing. One of, I think, the most, nah, that wouldn't go anywhere. Abandoning that entire statement. In a way you feel like it arguably could not be. It chooses to be. You're an orphan who eventually comes to join the Cult of Baal. There's some lines which explain you were adopted and raised in Baldur's Gate. Stop! Sit down! The ambiguity of the orphan premise is kind of thrown out unnecessarily. The one problem... I do agree with you. The problem is Tav is also very explicitly... Unless you are, I think, two specific races, you're very specifically from Baldur's Gate. Also there, which is a little lame. The only exceptions are if you are a Githyanki or a Lothsworn Drow. I don't remember if the other type of Drow still has that. Totally unnecessary, but they do it anyway. Do just like how they throw the Baldur's Gate tag on everyone, yeah. Yeah. And problem is, there's a character I really wanted to make, but they throw the Baldur's Gate tag on this character too, even though I feel like they really shouldn't. I feel like it should be optional for that one. And that is if you are a half-drow. It is impossible to be a half-drow from the Underdark, even though that's where plenty of them are from. Oh, sit down! My dog insists on getting up behind my chair and shaking as violently as possible. Over and over again. Keep telling him to just lay down. One of those things where... Did Duragar get the Baldur's Gate tag? Surely not. I don't recall. I don't remember if First Nelvim get it either. Deep Gnomes. I probably said their name wrong. Considering trying one of the short races, it's hard to take you seriously, no matter how seriously you try to play your character. Because no one else in your party is that short. So it feels off. It'll look a little disproportional, it kind of skeeves me. Yeah. Really strong weapon. And it's really cool looking too. But... I don't know. Honestly, I haven't looked in a while. How did Legathog lose this, I wonder? Lose is a strong word. Chucked randomly into a cave he saw might be closer to the truth. It's not like Legathog, like, used two-handed weapons at all. Nice to know Ngath isn't the only one to lose his stuff to artifact inertia. Yeah. Although, there is one item that Legathog might have managed to hold on to. And I don't mind it.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
What's this about?
Let's see here. A letter. Not sure who from. He wouldn't say, just that he was a friend of yours.
No, another one of these.
Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Alright, let's look through these. Which one's the new one? I pressed the wrong direction. There we are. Volthum. Bit of a stern lost tongue overlook. Yeah. Favorite races to play in Baldur's Gate 3 are probably Drow and Tieflings. Feel like you should branch out. Drow are very fun. Because, here's the thing, Drow and Tieflings get the most unique dialogue. At least during Act 1. After that, there's basically nothing. And I wish Half Drow got the Drow tag properly, but they really don't. Like, they're more treated like half Wood Elves or half High Elves. They're not treated as half Drow, which makes the character I wanted to play just not work out. Drow dialogue in Act 1 is really useful? Yeah, but half Drow don't get it for some reason. Another source of power. That's real far away. Near Dushnik Val, though. If you want to play something a little out there, Dragonborn is pretty fun. Pretty sure it's possible to play one of those albino drow. Yeah. I think you can turn off skin color limitations, but you can't get the actual lore behind it. I think you can turn off skin limitations. None of them quite look albino. That's also true. More importantly, yeah, everyone would just recognize immediately you're a drow. Weird thing is, they have the vitiligo slider. They do have that, yeah. Wouldn't call it weird by itself. It's weird that no one will ever comment on it. Mechanic to make albino skin tones happen is there. I mean, I think if you push it forward all the... hey, look at that. Can't go all the way to 100 albino. Blood Dragon. Get poisoned, idiot. I mean, a little poisoned. Ooh, he's going in there. Damn. You guys took care of business. Even if you push it all the way to 100 on the slider, it's not complete albino, it's still vitiligo patterned. I know it'd be really difficult to get proper dialogue for it working. I know people have ripped it and tried to get it working on some level. Playable goblins. Because there's a lot of, like, assets for their looks that you can use. I think I don't think I've looked into that since they released the mod tools. So maybe someone's got a decent working version of that now. Reachwind Airy. Actually, don't know what this is. Hymn of Amidium. That one would probably need extensive rewrites to work for a Goblin player. Yeah, that is the downside. But I can see people being dedicated to try to make it work. Because Goblins are just popular in general. Goblin Herd? Hello, Goblin. Kinda cringe they didn't give Gith Sarai. A little, because... yeah. And they did Gith Yankee, and Gith Sarai don't look all that different from them. I guess it'd just be a lot more writing and characters mistaking one for the other. The cooler Gith. Yeah. Bird nest up here. Fuck is this? Yep. Yeah. To reset the thing. Baldur's Gate? Yeah. I was talking about... there were some attempts, like, when the game came out, to try to make playable goblins work. Because the goblins were bad, not gonna lie. When you say bad, I'm curious what you specifically mean. Because they're evil? Because that's just the setting. That's just the Forgotten Realms. That's Faerun. Want to be goblin? Bad as in bad guys? Ah. Also because you kept rolling bad and they slaughtered you. That's gonna happen. It's the downside of all, like, TTRPG-based video games. The thing is, when you have a live DM there, then bad rolls can still be fine. Bad rolls can still work out in the end. But when it's a video game that you're supposed to actually win the battle with, that, stops working. Suddenly, the video game has to give you a lot of advantages to make the RNG not just fuck you over. Baldur's Gate 3 does a pretty good job making bad rolls enjoyable. I'm more talking about, like, in combat. If, like, everyone just rolls really bad, and you just can't hit shit, then you're just gonna lose because you were unlucky, and that's never gonna feel good. But for, like, dialogue trees and the like, I can see it. They're not ending well. Tell you never ever to gamble. So those bad rolls just keep getting you dead. Yeah. Like, it doesn't feel good when your character... I'm not crazy about them deciding to do the rule that a crit on a skill check is an automatic success, and a crit fail on a skill check is an automatic failure. Because that's a house rule. I'm not a fan of that being in by default. Because skills are supposed to be more reliable than that. It's supposed to be like, if you've got enough points in a skill, like enough of a bonus to it, you should reasonably be able to succeed no matter how unlucky you are. Oh,
Mike was soul-trapped once. Not very pleasant. You should think about that once in a while.
I don't soul-trap people, so...
Nord's armor has lots of fur. This sometimes makes Maik nervous.
Skill issue.
Some
lots of
say
scales,
Alduin
too, I
is
don't care.
Akatosh. Some say Maik is a liar. Don't you believe either of those things? Maik is tired now. Go bother somebody else.
One run into Maik. Marry him if you could. Thing is, I think because of his voice actor, mods that make him marryable work okay. Or at least ones that try to make a new version of him. If they try to reuse the existing one, it can be a little iffy.
That's close enough.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
That's close enough.
These characters that start out passive just get so much bonus to their detection.
That's close enough.
It's all or nothing for them, which makes stealthing past them way worse. There's not really partial detection for non-hostile characters. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think poison damage gets sneak attack damage. Which is really fucking stupid, because, you know, stealth and poison seem like they should go together. Makes stealthy restoration not work. That's fun.
Never should have come.
Enough!
It seems like poison is just applying a dot effect. But there is also the effect of the initial damage, but that initial damage isn't getting multiplied. At least I'm not seeing a tooltip for it. Maybe it is. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting sneak experience for it, at least. Despite all his efforts to make restoration damage good, I think it's still not quite working because of how the game's set up. I mean, it's good upfront damage, but it doesn't work for stealth, which annoys me. Ningoth has used destruction before, but not since the simulacrum. And not very often there. Now, granted, the reason he never really used destruction before was because he didn't like having to take a nap basically every single time he, you know, cast a spell. During the simulacrum, it was necessary.
Leave, stranger. Evil stirs in this place.
Alright.
I fear for the security of the very land if it should break free.
What do you mean?
We stand at the tomb of Hednorak, who has been dead for many generations.
I can see someone else who might fit that description.
That his return may be at hand.
Way to stop this.
I have been holding him here. While he regains strength, however, I am fading. By now, I can barely contain his power, much less defeat him if he awakens.
This is a neat dungeon? I don't know if I've done this one before.
Champion, I may be able to succeed.
Alright, I'll help then. What do we gotta
do this? 3 vessels in the tomb below hold the power to vanquish Hednorak. Before anything else, we need those. Bring them to me, but be careful, mortal. They are guarded by Hednorak's minions.
Not a fan of how you keep calling me mortal. I'm really not anymore. I mean, calling myself immortal would be not fully accurate, I'll admit, but mortal. I feel like I'm in that gray area between the two, you know? Still can't dual cast Muffle. By the way, I think Simon might have forgotten a very specific boost to runes that makes them necessary, and that's the one that lets you place them further away. Because their default range is not good enough for the thing they're supposed to be used for. Or maybe it's the second level of Rune Master. Soul is still a mortal soul, more or less. Is it? Because it's one part... It's at least partially a dragon soul. Which, I don't know if that counts as mortal. Do dragons count as mortal? I don't think they do. Dragonborn still die and go to Sovngarde? I suppose so, yeah. While dragons are immortal, Dragonborn are not. Yeah, poison just lacks burst damage, which means it's not going to work for stealthy magic. So I might just have to give up on that idea. Unless I start training Destruction. Destruction do I now? Picked up some stuff. Picked up Lightning Bolt. Could see if that works. Training Destruction ain't so bad. Let Ungoth actually start leveling up more. Part of why you think there's a mortal part of the Dragonborn soul. It goes on to the afterlife when they die, while the immortal dragon part goes back to Akatosh. By the way, we know for a fact Dragonborn do die and go to the afterlife, so they're not immortal like dragons. Well, do we know for sure that dragons don't have an afterlife? I feel like that's an assumption we're making. Sure, they don't seem to go to Sovngarde, but Sovngarde's kind of a closed system anyway. That's... Most non-Nords don't go to Sovngarde. You gotta be part of a specific culture to get there. They're immortal, they don't die. Then how do we kill them? Unless you consume them, in which case they are consumed. Okay, but what happens to it? The soul just gone forever? Can souls be destroyed? You ate it, became part of you. But you're still mortal. Wow, that does fucking nothing. Admittedly, it's a pretty low-level spell still. One below us. Evidently, yeah. I think eventually we'll just pass back into Akatosh, as dragons are shards of Akatosh. Now, shards of Akatosh, is that a thing we know to be true, or are we assuming that? I'm not trying to doubt you here, I'm saying I genuinely don't know. I mean, Alduin and us are gonna hang out again. The thing about Alduin is you don't eat his soul. Specifically Alduin, you don't get it. They theorize that it's possibly because Alduin is supposed to come back at some point to consume the world. So maybe Alduin specifically is completely immortal. Stellar key. Oh, I was supposed to go through the other way, huh? Funny. One of those things that no one can say definitively. Sources call them the immortal children of Akatosh, and MK has called them fragments of Akatosh. Well, if MK said it, it must be true. Being Dragonborn has been called a gift from Akatosh directly. Maybe it's less that you have a dragon's... Maybe having a dragon's soul isn't quite an accurate description. Maybe it's more like you've been given a shard of Akatosh's power. And that's what the other dragons are also mistaking for being a dragon's soul. It's the part of them that's different from mortals that they're able to recognize, but maybe even they don't fully understand it. Or maybe they do fully understand it, and it's just not the right word in their language. Because Parthenax has trouble articulating himself, even when he's trying to be, like, explain everything to you. What you can say for sure is that while the Dragonborn can shout like a dragon, they live and die like a mortal. Certainly seem to. Party snacks is your fave way to retire? Also lack the true intuitive knowledge of the dragon language. Dragons just know the dragon language. It's like breathing in them. It's completely natural. That's true. Anything even in here other than Draugr Trap? It's a Draugr Deathlord, which means this great gear on him, but... Nah. Also, when Mirak dies, you absorb dragon souls from him, which evidences that when you absorb a dragon soul, it literally stays inside you. That's true, you get all the dragon souls he ate. Or at least all the ones he's eaten since he returned. Maybe he ran out of new words to learn, so he just kept the souls to do stuff with. Dang it. Maybe that's what Akatosh does when a Dragonborn dies. He gets all the souls back. Do you think, yeah? I wonder. Does he... I wonder what that experience is like. It apparently feels odd when the Dragonborn does it. I suppose, theoretically, maybe he does give the Dragonborn a piece of his power, but it's a different piece than what he gives to dragons, you know? He gives dragons the intuitive knowledge of, like, what he is at a base level. But he gives the Dragonborn more a piece of the part of him they can come back to. So the soul goes back in there, rather than anything else. The Dragonborn are his way of getting his children back to him, in some regard. Wonder if they retain any level of sentience after that. If they exist at all after that, in fact. Come from him and eventually return to him. Does he gain their experiences? Their points of view? Has Akatosh become more cruel by gaining them back? Or has he retaught them kindness by returning them to him? I'd imagine the latter is more likely. Even a big dragon is only a minuscule fragment of what Akatosh is. Is Akatosh kind? He has something resembling kindness within him. But is he kind, I suppose, is another question. He has mercy, if nothing else.
Oh, Pristine!
Time isn't kind, so would the time god be kind? I suppose I'm equating a lack of cruelty to kindness, which it is not. None of the gods and Daedras are kind. They certainly claim to be. Maybe Mara, specifically, might be kind? Though, to say one has kindness is not to say they are lacking in wrath, also. You can be kind and also wrathful. Yeah, I just need to start bashing things with an axe. It's actually getting the sneak attack prompt to show up. Alright, that one didn't work because fuck me. Sort of like the Greek gods. In some regards, in that they are flawed. I don't think they're anywhere... outside of probably Dibella specifically, I don't think they're anywhere near as horny as the Greek gods were. Though I suppose that also comes down to the Greek gods inherently are just attempting to humanize forces of nature, whereas the Aedra are forces of nature that just exist. Like, the Aedra just are. Whereas the Greek gods were invented to some degree. I'm relatively certain they're not real. I can't prove it. I'll be the first to admit it. I can't prove the Greek gods aren't real. Some Aedra are pretty nice, like Mara or Dibella. Yeah, like, I can't... Yeah. Kine is... I should rephrase. Kinnereth is possibly too nice. To the wrong things. Stendarr is kind of an asshole, but kind of nice. Stendarr is... I wouldn't say Stendarr... Stendarr's got a job to do. He's not nice about doing it, per se. But he's going to help those who help do it, you know? That's the impression I get of Stendarr. Assuming the Vigilants are even remotely how he thinks. Which maybe they're not. Stendarr says, show mercy. It's cool. It also says, you killed a poor guy. I will curse you and your entire bloodline. Yeah, that was a bit much. Believes in the sins of the father, but also is the god of mercy somehow. Doesn't really... Yeah, I don't know if I can, I don't know if I can rationalize those two opposing reactions to the exact same thing. Incredibly out of pocket, yeah. For the crime of, admittedly, being an unrepentant asshole and killing a poor person because they were asking you for help. I'm going to make it so people who have nothing to do with that decision will be chronically injured the rest of their lives. Maybe injury's the wrong word, but... Poor Kellen didn't even know what the crime his ancestor did was. Yeah, it's like... people who have no knowledge or decision-making power in what you said are gonna suffer for it. It's like, show mercy, but also the sins of the father is completely a real concept you must follow. Maybe I'm just too high level for sneak attacks to be great, with how little sneak attack damage investment I have. Might have to invest in some one-handed. Angath has been comfortable using one-handed weapons before. He usually leaned on two-handed during the days of Daggerfall, but he was more than willing to switch it up during his Morrowind things. So I will not feel bad switching to that some once two-handed is maxed out. I want to max it out first, though. Yeah, that's fair. Instantly recognized. Two-handed a 99. Might also help if I bothered to improve this weapon. That's buffs to the base damage. Ebony Axe is possibly as good as it's gonna get. Especially if we want to use Elemental Fury at all. Power attacks might help some, at least for sleepy enemies like that. One thing I could try... Resisted Sunlight Rune. Still don't get how that works. What am I missing about this spell? Targets, Dealing 80 damage to the undead. Targets on fire take extra damage over time. I don't know. Feel like... I don't know why it keeps saying resisted. You took the damage from it. I guess they're not taking the extra dot effect? Is that it? Weird. Well, why are they not taking the extra dot? They take poison. Sunlight spells have a turn effect on them? Possibly. It doesn't say in the description, here at least, but... Secondary effect they might resist. It could be a turn spell. Dang it. Dang it, I keep turning my head too much. Maybe not enough. There we go. He was all restless. He needed to go down. Could be a turn effect that's just built in. It's not described in any of the spells, but it could be there. Ugh. Actually, I'm curious. Okay, that might work. Sneak to 50. Maybe dual casting it does improve the damage on runes. Funny spiders can't open doors. That was a lot of damage really fast. This might be the way to do this. Iron Claw. Oh, look, fire. You, how much fuel you have in these things? Jeez. Nah. Just walk through. Iron Claw. We have dragon, bird, wolf. I've noticed a lot of them are perfectly set up that you press all three twice to get in. Wonder if that was a debug thing? They just set it like that by default and thought they might change them randomly later? Or if they just did that, because I know Bleak Falls Barrow has that as well. Because I've played Bleak Falls Barrow so many times. Okay, that's... yeah? That's still a lot of damage. That's still one-shot it. Has what? Okay, so... a lot of the places where you put the claws in, I've noticed that pressing the ring twice, all three rings twice, will get you to exactly what you're supposed to get to. And I noticed on Bleak Falls Barrow, I noticed it here, and I've noticed it other places as well. Not every place, but... Death Lord. Gonna slowly train our stealth this way. Very slowly. Still taking damage, a little bit at a time. Coming closer. To be fair, though, it's theorized to be only hard enough for Draugr not to know. No, I know that. I'm just saying it's... we're not even really saying anything, honestly. I'm saying that's... the fact that it's so often just press all of them twice. It's not supposed to be hard to get through for the player. It is odd, though, yeah. Yeah. I'm curious, what did I unlock at 50 sneak? Agent level 2 would be very nice. Merciless could be decent. Shadowcasting 2 would be great, so I do want to keep leveling this. Oh wait, I have a perk point that I never spent. Well, let's be stealthier. Stealthier? Sneak stealthier. Damn it, almost died. And then starts regenning. Or maybe just got up. I do want to look, because I didn't check. Is there a... no, there's not a dual casting thing for Restoration. There's one for destruction to make dual-casted destruction spells cost less, which I suppose is okay. You do want that, you want destruction to be the best damaging option for magic. You want the others to be options, but you gotta work harder to make them do. I know this is the most pansy-ass way to play the game, but I'm honestly just trying to train the sneak here. And it is working. There's a more interesting way to do it than the alternative. To be just standing around doing fuck all. Not that this is doing much more than fuck all, I'll admit. I'm gonna be a little more aggressive with it if I'm not dual casting every time. Waiting for the magicka to come back every time was what's really slowing that strategy down. Need to stay decently close so their poison resist still gets decreased. Or is it this time? Come on, just a little further. Bastards. Is that a word wall? Like they see it. Fucker. Shout at you. I think he set it off that time. Yeah, his health's going down. He got poisoned. Oh, he thought he saw something. Actually coming this far out. A rambunctious little poisoner, aren't I? Die. Okay, I don't think the shout actually came out there. Hey, I'm here. Hey, I don't think my muffle spell's still on. Idiot. Tick down and dead. Yeah, I can take that. Yeah, vision. Hunt of Aura Whisper. Aura Whisper. Voice not a shout, but a whisper, revealing the life forces of any and all. That's right. It's just a detect life thing. Evil in Waiting. I forgot to actually do this. I just kind of bum rushed the thing, because I didn't think that through all the way. Yeah, it wants me to go back there. I probably should. Got a little sidetracked. Oopsie doopsie. Dang it. I'm bad at maps. Yeah, I passed right by him. Okay, but how do I get this open? Or do I get this open? Might not. Might be you go in through the other side. You do, and then the map disappears because you're at a weird angle. It's a lot. Fuck is... Ow. Yeah, I see how I missed that, game. Must have gotten knocked over by a shout, actually. I think it was sitting on this before. Oh, adore, you say? That's adorable. Gold. The Talos mistake. Imperial liaison to the Aldmeri Dominion. I don't even want to read this one, but I'm keeping it. Hope of the Redoran. Don't care. Ingle and the Sea Ghosts. I got some of Ingle's gear. I've read Real Barry too many times. It was it was one of only a handful of books I actually brought with me to Akavir. Don't remember when I lost Volume 3, but that made still having 1, 2, and 4 really annoying. If I was missing 1 or 4, I feel like it wouldn't have bugged me as much. But 3 is the worst one to be missing. 2 would have been just as bad. Missing something in the middle sucks more. Okay. Yeah, this is still not super easy to see. but that's what quest markers are for. How do I... Ah, here it is. Knew there was a way through. Sure enough. Also knocked off. Back to Volthume. Voltume? Volthume. Oh, hey, the door bar. I think a door bar is one of the more natural ways to get back. It feels less annoying, or at least less coincidental than, like, the secret passage back. Because that feels like it's there for that purpose, whereas the door bar feels like that just got left there, could have been any reason.
You found the vessels. I was worried that I had sent you to your death.
Ah, I'm good. I don't know if I can die. Haven't checked. Don't want to, frankly. So, what am I doing?
In life, Hevnorak drained his own blood from his body.
Gross.
His goal
Reverse
was
vampire.
to transfer his power back into himself after death, becoming a powerful lich.
That how that works?
The vessels contain that very blood. Empty them, and you remove any chance he has of regaining his former powers.
Okay, so go dump them out outside. I'm ready.
Very well. Empty the vessels into the sconce near the throne. Then sit in the throne. When you have done so, I will unbind Hevnorak. He will awaken in a weakened state, but the Lich is still to be reckoned with.
Once? Mean to yourself. What do you mean? What are we talking about? Pour them all into this bowl, and then I'll just take my rightful place as king. Ah, ah, ah. Nah, I'm fucking with you. Hevnorak. Is that right? As I've been neglecting my conjuration training. Ah, idiot. Okay, any second now. Goddamn Magica.
The challenger is near!
Come here, you masked bastard. I don't know what getting all of you does, but I want it. Before you explain, I know what getting all the masks does. And Goth specifically does not. Ah yes, the brute force method. Just beat the fuck out of him until he stops moving. Hevnorak. Armor rating increased by 100, magic resistance increased by 25%. Wow. Sure, it's a unique named staff.
Thank you, hero. Now, I may finally rest. Take Hevnorak's iron mask. It may be of use to you, and serve as some reward for your feat here.
think getting sneak to 50 and both levels of improved sneak might be good enough for just the sneak part of sneaking, you know? Not where I meant to go. Might be good enough to actually start doing some of them stealthier quests. Actually, maybe this was where I meant to go. Nah, I didn't think so. Was where I meant to go. Oh, wait, he wanted to turn himself into a lich, but he didn't? He didn't put the blood back in him. That's the part that's supposed to turn him into a lich. What are dragon priests if they're not liches? Just magic Draugr? Flying Draugr? That's dumb. The fuck am I? You know, it defaults to that, what was I saying? It defaults to the local map after you come out, if you opened the local map while you were inside. Should default to the world map if you're outside. Get restored to death. Yes, Valdar stopped his followers before they could complete his ascension ritual after his death. Why do you suppose he did that, though? Maybe the fall of the dragon cult played a part in that, too. That's right, you can actually knock those over by shouting at them. That might have been what I was doing before. Possible he wasn't the only one involved. He was the one who bound his spirit to watch over Hevnorak. Noticed, is interesting. The dragon priests all have those 3-syllable names. Supposed to be like dragon names, if I'm to understand correctly. But Miraak only has a 2-syllable name. But it still seems to be in the dragon language. Possibly because he abandoned part of his name when he abandoned being a dragon priest. Prosis is 2-syllable. Ah, that's right. Okay. Thinking that's gonna actually do Thieves Guild stuff a little bit. With that second level in there, and you know what? Though it's not usually his style, he's gonna put on some of this. Ugh. Actually, maybe not that. It's heavy. Look at this. Ragot Otar. That is true. Names are words in the dragon language, not compounds like dragons. Ah. Maybe there's a way of telling them they'll never be as cool as dragons. Do you think... Well, Mirak might be proof of the answer to that question. I was gonna say, do you think actual Dragonborn could be lifted that restriction? They could get actual full dragon names. But Mirak isn't a dragon name, because all dragons have 3-syllable names. Urnavir, Parthenax, Alduin. There's a few others, but I don't recall. Because 3 seems to be something of an important number for them, for some reason. Like, their shouts are comprised of 3 words, and so are their names, though probably for the same reason, because calling their name is a shout. I mean, Mirak was apparently the very first Dragonborn ever, right? At least that's what some of them claim during the DLC. Akatosh sure picked one, huh? Well, we don't need to be sneaking around this far away.
Give 'em the dogs, boys! Now ain't this a surprise?
I don't know what the fuck you thought was gonna happen. I'm wearing ebony armor. Not here for you idiots. ESO says you can be given a proper 3-word dragon name. Ah. So we have no idea if that's canon or not. We don't know if it's cool or not, yet. That's my opinion on ESO. If I like it, it can be canon.
You start running, so I can stab you in the back. It's so much easier to run when you're dead!
That aspect of dragon culture? I'll believe that, I think. The dragons coming back very briefly during a time they definitely weren't there and it didn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that part. I think it's cool because I think it's cooler if dragon names are prescriptive.
Weren't expecting that, were you? Give up while you still can!
Light armor increased. I forgot to take off the hood. You can't just give one because it's part of your nature. Maybe they're giving them the ones that are descriptive of their nature. Dragons have to figure that out somehow, right? And some dragons are older than others. If you don't have one, you'll never have one.
Where are you?
I mean, do we know that's how dragons work? Like, let me give an example. Was Durnavir's name accurate before he was part of the Soul Cairn?
Where are you?
Can't help but feel like it might not have been. I think it's cooler if their name is just an inherent aspect of themselves. They just exist one day with a name which defines their nature and existence. Yeah, but that is still you making that up.
I smell weakness. No one escapes!
Must be my imagination.
Like, that's any fantasy entity with a self-descriptive name kind of deal. Is it an inherent thing, or do they have to be told it? Hey, I'm making it up, but I like it better than ESO's idea? I suppose so. I personally like the idea that a name... that the dragon in question chooses the name after, like, intensive introspection. Like, maybe that's not always what Parthenax's name was. Maybe when he was Alduin's general, he had a different name. And I think that's an interesting way to go about it. Like, if you undergo a great change, you get a different name. Durnavir gives you the title Conarin. I don't know if that's a name. I don't think that's a name. That's just like Conqueror. Is sort of the translation he gives you. It sounds more like a title, yeah. One who did something really cool.
No one escapes!
Like how I think the World Eater is probably something in Dragon Tongue that Alduin tacks onto his own name. Vanquisher. That was close.
Can't wait to count out your coin.
Hate when it miscasts. Did not mean to do that. Alright, that didn't count as a sneak attack for reasons I'm sure someone will explain to me in 1,000 years. Orthonax's name means Ambition, Overlord, Cruelty. I think it was his OG name. Oh yeah. Alright, so maybe not that other idea I said. Maybe you don't change it so much. Or maybe Parthenax didn't change. Maybe you can change it, but he didn't. Shrine of Sheor. I don't think I have a shrine at the moment. Hell is Sheor? Ten extra unarmed damage. Wow. That's really cool. Ungoth actually could make a decent unarmed build at his current state. Just one or two heavy armor perks, and he'd be a really good unarmed build, actually. It's not descriptive of the nature he's forged for himself. Orthonax does say his fundamental nature is one of conquest and ambition, like any dragon. He chooses to be good and overcome his nature. He has not changed it. I suppose so. Maybe in that same way, Durnavir's nature was always to be similar to what he is. Like, that's his nature, and it was just kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy because he never tried to fight against it. What you are is not what you choose to be, still.
Is someone there? Oh! Enough!
That is not bad damage at all. Do have a bunch of werewolf perks, too. Dragons are eternal children of the Time God, so his name could be accurate to a nature he doesn't understand. That's possible. But that raises the question of why Parthenax's name isn't, you know, accurate to who he chooses to be. It's accurate to what he finds himself pulled to. I suppose maybe what you're pulled to is all it needs to be. Yeah.
What was that?
Choices don't reflect his nature. To be fair, protagonist of one of my own books I'm trying to write is very similar. What he is and who he chooses to be are two very, very different things. Weird how you have to, like, stand up slightly to unsheath your fists. Who can say what motivated Sim to be that way? I mean... supposedly... he just... believes in morality more than he believes in his own nature. Whereas other dragons don't seem to acknowledge morality as something that applies to them. Easy answer would be his goodness, but wouldn't that be in his nature then? I mean... maybe. Goodness is in his nature. Would he be overcoming his nature to be good then? Well, no. And I don't think goodness needs to be in his nature for him to choose to do it. The whole point of Parthenax is something doesn't need to be your nature for you to do it. Being kind and being good is not natural for him. He's doing it because it's right, and that's the only reason he needs to do it, you know? The question is why? Because it's right, and that's the only reason you need. I think that can be a good enough answer. It's not his nature to care about good and right, why has he chosen to? Being good is a conscious choice, not something you're born with. You don't need a reason. Why, though? What makes him care about right? Why do you care about right? We don't know that caring about right is something dragons just can't do. It's something he cares about because he cares about it. Maybe they all do, just most of them don't care enough. But then again, caring is also itself a choice. Say it's in my nature to care about people, but you can choose not to. Good, but I would need a reason why. So again, why? I mean, this is getting into trying to apply real-world philosophy to a fictional character's alternate way of working. Like, we're assuming that's how he works. He is in his too, but he's got serious imposter syndrome. Maybe. Or maybe all dragons are capable of caring. Are capable of wanting to be good. But, I mean, hell, as soon as Alduin's gone, plenty of them seem to just flock to Parthenax to learn from him. Maybe it is fully in their nature, but Alduin specifically is a dick, and no one wants to fight against him. Maybe Parthenax was the only one ambitious enough to have a countering argument. Possible to defy one's nature, but given it is the harder choice, it begs the question why. Guide to better thieving. I don't think it quite worked for him. Maybe he was a good thief, but... nope, drank himself to death. Or possibly all the skeevers. There's a lot of blood here. And all those bottles were actually full. It's possible to defy one's nature, but given it is harder a choice, begs the question why. Humans have many horrible people too. Yeah, I'll go into the answer of... maybe it's not completely out of his nature, or the nature of all dragons. The why is that it feels right, and that starts to sound like it's in your nature. I didn't say it necessarily feels right. By the way, something can be right and not feel it. It can be fully possible that Parthenax doesn't feel good doing this, or at least didn't initially. But he realized that it was right regardless of his feelings. Hi, by the way, Bathwater.
Is someone there?
Oh, good. Mercenaries don't take that much poison damage. Or I guess they're scaled to my level. Nah, dang it. If the rightness of it appeals to you, then it starts to sound like it's in your nature. I don't fully follow you on that one.
Time to end. I'll make you pay.
I think the inclination towards right or just action would be in one's nature. Otherwise, it's cost-benefit. Well, again, you're assuming. You're assuming that all dragons are just inherently sociopaths. But actually, no, because even in real life, people who don't, you know... even in real life, people who don't feel or necessarily want to can choose to it. There's plenty of people who are clinically sociopaths who simply choose to be nice anyway. Guess I am. That does seem to be how Parthenax puts it. But like, don't let the media fool you. Plenty of people who are genuine sociopaths have never done anything wrong because they just choose not to. It could be a simple question of, he wanted to, and that's the only reason he needed to.
Damn! Where'd you go? Can't hide from me.
Question of why does still matter for those people? Yeah, and it depends on the individual. Parthenax found a reason. I don't think we need to overanalyze that part.
That's it.
It starts getting into the question of, like, why does anyone do anything that's not necessarily what they choose to do? Or not necessarily what's best for them. Maybe they do still care. Not all sociopaths feel nothing at all and care for no one. Maybe it's cost-benefit and staying out of jail works for them. Maybe. But it's like, maybe dragons can just work like people in that they can just feel to want to do this if they so choose to.
It's
also seen in Odaving, or whatever his name is. He's just a chill guy. Odaving, it feels more like he is vanquished and honoring his vanquisher. Like, it feels more like honor and pride are what drive him.
the best you can do.
The dead dragon? Durnavir. And I'd say he has the same deal. I think that's actually a big thing for dragons, and maybe, again, that's why so many of them are in that regard. Why so many of them don't try to be counter to their nature. Because Alduin, the one who's probably beaten all their best fighters in combat before, says, nah, just do your nature. My nature is to eat the world someday, and I'm gonna do that. And maybe that means if Alduin chose to, he could not eat the world. But he chooses to be that anyway. He doesn't have to. But he's going to, because he doesn't believe in changing nature. I think that could be a decent answer. I think the why is a worthwhile question, because it does tell us if Parthenax is actually a good being. If he's being good because somewhere in his nature is an instinct that abusing the weak is wrong, and nurturing mortals is inherently right somehow, say that makes him good. If he does good because he's calculated it will benefit him, I would say he's not really good. I would say it's neither.
There's no escape.
I don't think either is correct. Because Parthenax gave up so much benefit to himself to do what he did. And he doesn't feel inclined to do it. Couldn't benefit him, though, because hiding on the mountain's gotta be so boring. Here's the thing, he seems to, on some level, enjoy what he became. It's not in his nature, but it still feels right to him now. In the short term, perhaps. In the long, he would always be the right-hand second fiddle of Alduin. That's what his natural that was his natural place and role. It could simply be that he met a mortal he liked, and it was... he didn't want that mortal to keep suffering. And then, from there, he was able to go to, oh, I could... maybe a lot of different mortals could be like that, and I'm not giving them the chance to be like that. Maybe he started speaking and knowing mortals and understanding their point of view. He worked closely with some mortals. By defying that, aiding the mortals that sought the downfall of Alduin, that could elevate his own status. But he didn't take advantage of that.
SKYRIM belongs to
Unless he was thinking so far in advance, like, way further in advance than was even feasible. But at that point, you're just starting to assume that he's lying to you about everything. It is interesting talking to you about this, Quilla, because you are the one person who throws any kind of doubt towards Paarthurnax that I've ever met. And I think that's fascinating. I really do take Paarthurnax at face value, and I don't think I'm wrong to do so. But I don't think you were wrong to doubt him either. Charles Martinet is infallible? Well... I doubt it myself if he didn't just sit there and let you murder him at the end. Does he? I seem to recall Paarthurnax fighting back if you attack him. Though, admittedly, I don't remember when I last did that, if at all. He doesn't do anything? Oh, illusion to 44. It's not impossible he uses mortals to, in a long-term game we don't see because we aren't immortal children of time, finally overcome Alduin. His name states his nature's ambition and to be an overlord. His birth made him second child, and he would always be second to Alduin. I don't know if he's explicitly the second child. We know he's old, but that's because he didn't die. Or temporarily die, like most of the dragons did. We know he's younger than Alduin because Alduin calls himself firstborn of Akatosh. We don't know Paarthurnax was his right hand, but we don't know that he was second-born. It would naturally follow, and that's a cool headcanon, but we don't know that it's fully true. Maybe the passiveness was a bug? That's also possible. I've fought Paarthurnax very, very infrequently. Less often than I've done some of the worst quests, frankly.
Did you hear something?
Oh dear. Oop, two-handed maxed out finally.
Damn you. I'll try and make this quick.
Killing the mercenaries doesn't really hurt you at all.
SKYRIM belongs to the Nords.
It's just if you kill the named guy in here that there's a problem. Whether he's second-born or not, he was Alduin's right-hand man, the second in the hierarchy. There's no way he could rise to first, because Alduin was the World Eater and firstborn. That is true, but it's a hell of a decision to invent something that genuinely could come back to bite you if you ever tried that. Because remember, he was the driving force behind the invention of Dragonrend. And that's a hell of a weakness to possibly put on yourself. Ambition could not overcome Alduin by conventional means, so maybe he foresaw aiding mortals was the only path to his ambition. It was an exceptionally risky decision, if so. Also, it just really... For that to be true, it really has to be he's lying about everything. And I don't like engaging with media, engaging with almost anything, where a character who is not presented as being potentially untrustworthy beyond the realm of, you know, how anyone could be untrustworthy, is just treated as lying about almost everything they say. I feel like it's not necessarily an honest way to engage with it. Yes, if a character's actions don't match up to their words, start assuming they're lying, but... I don't think Parthenax, we need to assume he's just lying about everything.
I know I heard something. We are routed. Fall back.
Nah, I get poisoned, stupid. It is, but if ambition to be Overlord is in his nature, he had no choice but to do as he did, because it was the only way to overcome Alduin. I mean... I think Parthenax is more just meant to be a showcasing of your nature need not be the end-all be-all. And you kind of counter that by making it so nature has to be the end-all be-all of what someone is. And it does work. He becomes the head dragon guy in the absence of Alduin. Kind of. He equally implies that the Dragonborn can become that. Says it will teach him his ways of peace and kindness, and maybe he's telling the truth there. And not fucking Zinch. Yeah, you're... I would say your nature means that's the only thing you can be applies to stuff like Chaos Gods from Warhammer, where they are purely conceptual beings. They arguably don't even have free will. But we're not meant to... I mean, Parthenax is meant to be a show of dragons can choose to be different, you know? I don't believe that someone can just decide to be good for good's sake if they don't have it in their nature to give a shit what good is. A very pessimistic view. Doesn't really make sense to you. They simply don't care about good, why would they choose it? They do care about good. That isn't that in their nature? I don't think caring about something makes something your nature, necessarily. How would someone who does not have good in their nature care about good? Well, I'll defer to you. People can choose to do what's right for no other reason than because it's right. If he came to the conclusion that it's the right thing to do, then, like, maybe it's in his nature to believe domination is the right thing to do, but he learned otherwise. Maybe he believes his nature to be incorrect. Maybe he believes morality is more important than how he feels. They choose to do something right because it's right, and I would say that there is some good in their nature. Maybe. But now we're getting into real-life philosophy. You know what I could do? Yeah. Second level of Pilgrim. A guy with a lot of self-hatred. There's some voice in them, some instinct, to which good appeals simply by virtue of being good. I feel like that's goodness of their nature. I think you're applying instinct and nature to something that need not be it. Bad Man's Omen. Fall below half health, your health regeneration is increased by 100%. Pilgrim of Sheol. Yeah, I'm getting the Pilgrim buff now. That's a cool one, too. Wingoth is a regen build, at his heart. I'm still going to go upstairs and steal the guy's cool gold bee statue, because I like doing that. I mean, we see the dragons are not something that operate on pure logic. That's more... I'd say the Dwemer were closer to that. And even then, that was something they were trying and arguably failing to do. It's a question of real-life things, and if you're not satisfied with the answer, then... I don't know. Maybe you just are a philosopher who's not satisfied with some real-life answers we have. Or maybe we just don't have real-life answers. So I don't know that I fully agree with your view on it, because it applies to the real world as well.
I've suffered worse during training.
Unarmed does pretty decent damage, yeah. Like Parthenax, but I don't fully take any character at purely face value in fiction. Always worth considering the alternative. And like I said, it's very interesting and fascinating to consider the alternative with you. I don't take him purely at face value, but I feel like he's proved himself. Is my opinion on Parthenax. I feel like the alternative doesn't make sense for what we see him do. There. Wanted to get that. The game does suggest to the player they should consider Parthenax. I don't know if I'd say the game does that. I'd say Parthenax himself does that. He's like... And I wonder if that is, to some extent, for his own benefit. Like, no, I would like it if there's someone who can genuinely keep me in check. Because like Parthenax says, he doesn't want to be like that anymore. And on some level, I think he fears becoming it. And so I think he wants you to distrust him to some extent, so that there's less chance of that. If there's at least one person who can genuinely keep him in check, then that's some level of weight off his shoulders. Most players very easily take Parthenax's size because he's always helpful. The game itself is suggesting we should think beyond the surface, but engage in that thought. Parthenax says it's not in his nature to be good, but overcomes his nature. He also says it's wise to distrust Adova. Yeah. Like he says...
Is someone there?
It is wise. I know I can be trusted, but I understand that she doesn't. I suppose it's also, to some level, him saying, I don't think she's wrong to be so critical towards me. And I think he'd actually say the same to you, Quilla. He'd be like, this Quilla person is right to question me. I know I'm trustworthy, but he doesn't. He can't see in my head. So I think he's right to do so. Delphine, bitch that she is, raised a fair point that Parthenax did many terrible things in the past, so he doesn't deserve a blank check. But I don't know. I think there is such thing as statute of limitations. And making what we, for as far as we can tell, are genuine efforts to, you know, improve and change who he is. We don't actually know how long ago that era was. It wasn't that pre-Merithic era? So that was thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago that he spent isolated on a cliff, telling himself he was wrong to do that. Statute of limitations doesn't usually apply to murder for a reason. It was a very, very long time ago, granted. I would argue the statute of limitations should apply to when everyone who could have possibly been involved is dead. Like, who is there who actually witnessed what Parthenax did? I wouldn't say there's a single living witness who can claim that he has personally affected them. I think that's part of the problem. He doesn't have any victims left. At least none who we can really identify to any extent. I don't think there's anyone who could trace their lineage to someone he hurt. You could make a broad statement that he did it to all of mankind, but I don't know. Nonetheless, the depths of the atrocities he committed does warrant some suspicion. It warrants some suspicion, but I don't think it warrants murdering him before he does anything. It warrants considering why he did what he did. A murderer kills an entire family and lives isolated in forests and has no friends. We still arrest the murderer. That's true. Okay, maybe not the best example I could have given. Revenge is less relevant to justice than prevention of crime. Think it ought to be, anyway. That's also fair. But at the same time, it sounds more like Delphine is out for revenge than any real logic. It really does sound like she's... The way she talks, it does sound like she's looking for an excuse. Hey, he's a dragon, you're supposed to kill dragons. Like, it sounds like she's being completely blinded by her prejudice and condemning someone she's never even spoken to. We know Parthenax has done some very bad things. We know he has it in him. We have to ask ourselves, do we trust Parthenax enough to take that risk? Read a history book and got very bitter about an ancient warmonger. It's a big risk. Parthenax is a very powerful dragon. But from what we're able to see of him, we're not led to believe, like, he's been in charge of the Greybeards for a long time. After Alduin, he is the most powerful of them all. After the Dragonborn, he's the most powerful of them all. You think Delphine is a petty, revenge-driven bitch, but that doesn't mean she can never be right. Okay, I think she is right to be suspicious of Parthenax. I don't think she's right to want him dead. Like, broken clocks and all that, yeah. I categorically disagree with the idea of preventing something that could happen that you can't prove will happen. I don't think preventative punishment is the best plan. Like, you could just as equally argue that the Dragonborn could subjugate all of life because he or she has that power.
So, what do you think, my dear?
But Delphine doesn't suggest killing the Dragonborn, because Dragonborn's not a dragon in the way she dislikes.
Oh, really? Well then, how can we make that happen?
When you're in your grave, and I'm standing over it.
Ah.
Now get out of my way.
You could, but the last Dragonborn has done that before. Has not done that before. Parthenax has.
Looking for work?
Hey, can I sell this to you?
Well, well. I was looking for this little beauty. If
Statue
you
of
happen
a
across
bee?
any other unusual trinkets like this, be sure to bring them to me. I promise it'll be worth the effort. There you go. This should cover it. The only way this guild's gonna continue to grow is by taking extra work.
You can trust a person to not go on a murder spree. It's hard to trust a convicted serial killer to do the same. I suppose. But at the same time, I'd almost call what Parthenax does like he's gone through rehab. You know? Like, I feel like if I were on his, parole board, I'd grant it to him. Because it's been so many thousands of years, and he's spent so much time repenting. I think at the point where you can't even properly identify who he specifically hurt, or how they might relate to the world as it is now, it becomes almost like, who really has the right to properly judge him is the question.
Word on the street.
That's the tricky thing with rehab. Only the person knows that they're truly rehabilitated. The rest of us, we just have to look closely and hope we're right. Here's what was in the safe.
Let me take a look at what you found. Arengoth sold Golden Glow? What's that idiot thinking?
Seemed fucking stupid to
me,
me,
too. He has no idea
too.
the extent of Maven's fury when she's been cut out of a deal. But I'm certain he'll find out. If only the parchment had the buyer's name instead of this odd symbol. Any idea what that might be?
Give me a sec. I feel like I might have seen it. Long time ago. Diegar used to use this. That jackass.
What of it? So,
Nah, I don't think he did. I think I saw it once about him, but I don't think he used it. I don't know what it is.
Blast. Well, I'll check my sources and speak to Mercer. But for now, you're off to speak to Maven Blackbriar. She asked for you by name.
Did I fuck up?
No. Nothing like that. You're calling on her for business.
Oh, okay, good. What she want?
That's between you and Maven, and I prefer to keep it that way.
Fair enough.
Don't worry about it. Maven's business dealings usually involve quite a bit of gold for her people.
I do like the idea of money. Which reminds me.
Of course, your pay. You're smart as a whip, lad.
Yeah, to keep on top with you guys.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Until next we meet, lad.
What's that? No, you can't really close it from outside.
Ain't no doubt about it. Thieves Guild is back, and they've got Riften in their grip.
It is nice to find, actually good Thieves Guild. Good, quote-unquote.
So you're the one. You don't look so impressive.
I don't care. I'm good at what I do.
Is that confidence I hear? Or is it arrogance? Strange how often they're confused. You have to understand. It's been a long time since Brynjolf sent me anyone I can rely on.
I can tell. I don't think any of them have left the guild in actual hours. And the last one I saw outside of the guild, I'm gonna be honest, I cut his head off because he was in the middle of a fight in the middle of a fucking street. I don't know how he fucked up to that degree.
Faith? I don't have faith in anyone. All I care about is cause and effect. Did the job get done, and was it done correctly? There's no gray area.
Not having that problem with me.
I hope not. This is an important job.
Now
I have a
important.
competitor called Hunningbrew Meadery that I want to put out of business. I also want to know how they managed to get the place up and running so quickly.
Where do I start?
Head to the Bannered Mare in Whiterun and look for Malus Macius. He'll fill you in on all the details.
Got it.
One.
You're supposed to meet her in there. I didn't. You know, with two-handed maxed out, could start doing something to train one-handed a bit. Could take courage off. Let's look at all my favorites. Yeah, these are all mostly good. Should be on... Right, don't dual cast Bound Sword, it'll show up in your left hand for some stupid reason. I don't think that's inherent to the game, but sure did happen here. I really like bound weapons, by the way. I don't know how clear I've made that. Dick cool. But it is quite late. It was nice discussing philosophy. Just in general, I suppose. But that's gonna do it for this one. I'm gonna stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't get a thank you. Bye-bye, you two. Bound weapons are the best, you hate philosophy? Both true. Probably.